Alright. I think everything should be streaming by now. Looks like it's working. I think. Maybe. Yeah. So that's good. Starting a stream, gonna work on this water level here. And this is the demo computer. It's having some trouble with trying to finish the level here. I had to go in and tell it to stop shooting at a certain point, and it doesn't have that control here. But I have control, so I can just move it out of the way. Sometimes it's like fighting a dog on a leash here. Oh wow, the ball did not set off the trigger there. Looks like things are kind of broken, but that's okay. Alright, so what I'd like to do is get this puzzle working. Alright. So what I've got here, I'm going to show you in the scene view because it's a little bit easier to tell. Let me make sure I get the chat up. That disappeared. Okay, I've got it up now. Sorry about that. All right, yeah. So let me move this scene view here, and well, I guess yeah. So it's because the demo thing is going crazy here. So I'm gonna just turn him off so he doesn't end the level here. All right. So now I gotta make him stop shooting. All right. Okay. So demo guy is just chilling. What I want to do now is raise the water level, right? Now, I've already kind of played with it enough, so it should just kind of work if I do it manually. Let's see, I gotta find it. Okay, water line front. So I think this is it. It's got all these game objects here. Those are all like hinge joints. And if I move it slowly enough, it'll raise it. But if I go too quickly, see what happens is the skin gets stuck on top of it where it's supposed to be beneath it. So I might have to hard code it so that way, because this is insanely slow, right? For like an action game. I want it to be more like that, which it works. It's just getting beneath the skin. So I need to make it never pass through? I'm not really sure. It's close. It's close to what I need, so I'm not too worried. But there is the chance that it might just give me all hell. You never know. This is actually my first time really playing with spring joints. Like the last time I picked up a spring joint was in Unity 3. I think it was like 3.4 or something like that. Alright, so this is not my music. I don't know why I just started playing that. Did I already go through the whole soundtrack? That's weird. Leave it to SoundCloud to screw it up. Yeah, I'm just kind of playing with this. It's been a while since I played with it, so I'm just kind of trying to remember what I'm doing here. So I'm gonna take a look at the, what am I looking for? The piece of wood, right? Like this physics object that's in there. This guy. Metal wood plank, right? So it's metal because you're gonna be able to break the wood, but not the metal wood, right? So if wood is wrapped in metal, you can't break it, but it still floats, right? That was my my convincing myself there. So what we got is a bunch of sprites. We've got a box collider. We've got a trigger. Alright, so now this trigger has a script on it, so I'm gonna have to open this and see what it's doing, because it's been a while since I wrote this. Alright, so we've got a pretty simple script, it looks like, only less than 100 lines, so... And there's a bunch of weird spaces and stuff, so... Let's see, it's got the fixed update to do the add force, which is good. So what this does is it decides whether it's underwater or not, and if it's underwater, then it moves it up. But it has no idea where the surface of the water is. And the surface of the water, oh, went too far, is in this other object, waterline front, water surface, right? So, yeah, there's like a couple different water lines here. The idea was to try to make it look like it's blending. It works a little bit. It could be fine-tuned, right? Like this color is gonna make a difference on the other color, right? And we've got this color. I don't even know what I'm doing here. I don't want to play with that. But yeah, it's a line renderer, so it's drawing that color. Oh, it's drawing this color. So we can just kind of change it manually. Now the idea was to get it to kind of look like it's getting lighter towards the top, so something like that. Of course, this is still in play mode, so all of these changes are going to go away. But that's the basic idea there. Let's take a look at this surface tension thing that I've got here. So I've got all these static points, and each static point has a moving point. Well, it actually has two separate ones, because there's one for the back and one for the front. Now I believe the one for the back actually just mimics the one from the front, maybe? I don't know, it's got its own spring joint. Oops. Yeah, so I think what's gonna need to happen, it'll be easier to tell if I grab one of these guys, is that it's gonna need to be able to tell if it's like inside or not. So what we're looking at is a rigid body on the parent, and then rigid body on the children. I guess that's okay if it's a joint. Seems weird to have a rigid body on a child, but I think I followed a tutorial. Like I said, it's been a minute since I played with this. Let's see here. So got all these settings for this spring. I don't like that it's just passing through. Now it's got a trigger somewhere. It's got this guy. So what I can do is I can make it look for the other. See, it's looking for a pinball, but I can make it look for the wood too. I think that's the trick here, because we've got this water trigger, water collider. So what we can do is we can just check to see if it's got that script. I lost it. Where was it? There it is. Okay, so they're both the same script. Okay, so if it can tell if it's on the plank or not. Water inside trigger. I think that's like what it's supposed to be looking for. I need to know more about this water inside trigger. Plank water collider. Plank water script. Water inside trigger. Yeah, so that should be this. So I guess it's working, it's just not working fast enough. Maybe I need to turn up the buoyancy. I may have already worked out how to fix it, I just haven't fiddled with it enough. Let's try bringing this up to 3,000 and see what happens. What if that's not the right one? It seems to be working. Let me grab all of them. It's definitely working better. So that if I crank up the buoyancy, there's less of a chance that it's going to pass through. Because as soon as it starts passing through the trigger, it tells it to move up, and it kind of resets itself. So I'm going to bring that up even further. Where was I? This guy. Let's bring that up to 4,000. And grab my water line. That might actually be the speed that we need. Oh, went a little too fast that time. It might be acceptable. The gravity is so floaty. I feel like it's gonna freak out every once in a while for random people. I'm just like, yeah. Let me make sure that it's doing that in the update. Oh yeah, I already did. Okay. In the fixed update, I mean. Alright, so that works. We just needed it to be... We just needed to crank up the buoyancy. Oh. Alright. I'm gonna give this a shot, and we'll just go again. And then I think I'm gonna have to write a script for the water line to move. Should be pretty simple. Where is that water line? Of course, he gets in the way and we can't see now. I'm just tearing the scene apart here. Okay, so where's that water line? Here we go. We'll zoom in so we can see better. I think we won't really be able to tell until I get a script on it, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Alright, I think I have a folder for it. Maybe not. Hey, Tucky Crow, how you doing, man? Working on Retro Spaceball, that is right. I am definitely trying to get something done. But, you know, I don't know if I will. We'll see. I think I'm gonna get it done. I'm gonna make this water move. That's the plan now. I don't know where to put the script. Thought I had like water scripts, but no. Look how unorganized my scripts folder is. It's just like I started putting them in folders, but you can tell I have not stopped. They just end up here. All right, well I'll just put it with the rest of the water ones. We'll call it water level. Water level. But yeah, thanks for joining, Techie. It's great to hear from you. It's been a while. I know you're always busy. But yeah, thanks for joining, man. I'm a little bit wired on caffeine. Hope your script naming conventions are good. Yeah, you know, they're pretty good, but you never know. You know, there's always a better name you realize after you've written the script, right? Because when you start writing a script, you're not exactly sure everything that's gonna go in there, right? Like, what the heck is this water level 1? Did I already write a water level script? See, I did. I wrote a water level script already. But there's nothing in it. So I have water level 1, which is empty, and water level, which is also empty. I think I'm going to delete water level 1. Alright, we've got water level here. Now I think the easiest way to move it would just be by using its transform. I think if we do it slowly enough, then it won't have any issues. I don't know, it's worth a shot. If it has issues, I'll have to see if we might have to move it by its rigid body or something. But it's got like a lot of rigid bodies, so I don't think that's gonna work. So yeah, we're just going to move it in the update, I think. Yeah. And so I'm gonna make a boolean for it because I love booleans. I love to make them public. You don't need to, but I love to. I love to see it as it works. Even if it turns the boolean off right away, I like knowing that it's there. Alright, so we're gonna make a boolean and it's gonna be called raise water. So if raise water is true, we're gonna raise the water. It's that simple. So we're gonna find a game object, and we're gonna call that waterline geo. I like to put geo at the end of every game object, so I know that's a game object. With booleans, I don't put anything after it. Everything else, even like integers, I'll write int. Or the floats, I don't usually put float after it either. I'm the same way with booleans. Most of the time, variables are public, actually. Probably a bad idea. It is a bad idea, but I do it anyways because honestly, it doesn't matter that much. People think like, oh, but when there's a huge argument like, oh, when you're working with teams and stuff, like people won't know why it's public, and then they'll try to use it, and it's like, then maybe they should understand the code better before they start messing with it. But yeah, I mean, if I was gonna like show the code to someone else, it'd probably be a good idea to hide some of the variables that are less important or that don't need to be public, or serialize the ones that do. But yeah, it's just me. I don't think anyone's really gonna go through the source code and be like, look at all these problems Rick made. Look at all these inconsistencies and stuff, you know? Why would you randomly use a variable you don't know? Exactly, yes. And let's face it, more often than not, you need to change it to public to use it somewhere else anyways, right? That's where I'm at. My spaghetti code is like, oh, well, we better talk to the player controller. Well, we better talk to the game manager. Well, we better talk to the start manager. Well, we better do this with that animator and do this with that boolean in this code somewhere in the shot controller. Like, they all have to talk to each other, and then I have to go through and tell them what order to run at, which works great. It took a while to get it just right, but it works, you know. I'm pretty happy with it. So yeah, I think we're just gonna translate this. And honestly, I haven't written a translate script in so long. I'm just gonna find one. Yeah, transform, translate, and we just give it a new transform, right? So a direction and a transform, I believe. Or is that a... yeah, vector 3. Well, I've already written some, so it's pretty easy to just steal it. I've been playing with rigid bodies so long, I forget how to just move the damn transform. Got one called like player vertical control or something. Player move vert. Yeah, this one uses transform.translate with all this nonsense. Okay. Alright, so what we want. This must be the Y. We need a speed. Yeah, so it'll just have to, I'll make another script and I'll put it on a trigger on one of those spring triggers, so that way when it hits that level, then it will just send that one message to the script and stop it. I'll just have to remember that one trigger has it. I'll probably put like a boolean so that denotes it, so I remember. But this should just work. This one line script. So how you been doing, Techie? What you been up to lately? Do you got a project going on, or you just doing the Burger King all the time? Did they? I remember you were saying they were closed for a bit. Did they open back up? And it seems to be working. Mainly working, but getting into VFX and filming a little bit too. Wow, that's really cool. What kind of camera do you got there you're using? Also VFX, yeah, I'd love to get into that more. To be honest, I have not played with VFX Graft at all in Unity. And I'm a little bit jealous for the people who have, because it's something that I really like, and Graft-based like editing is just like so cool to me. Not so much for script, but for visuals, like absolutely. So I totally want to get into that, but this project is in the old render pipeline, so, and I'm reluctant to go through and change every single asset. So next game. But I'd love to see what you're working on sometime. You'll have to post it into the group chat. Yeah, so this water is working, but if you notice, one issue is that the sprites on the side they continue pouring into the water, so I'm gonna have to make a new sprite that's like bubbles and then make them disappear, which is like a whole bunch of coding and stuff. But the water is raising, and that's pretty cool because now I can make it start down here, which was the original plan. Of course, I'm gonna have to do something with the waterfalls, like I said. Yeah, so the idea is that you won't be able to pass it until you hit some switches that raise the water. Oh wow. Water's having some trouble there. Was not expecting that to happen. Well, that's easy. I can put that stuff on a layer. Check out the YouTube channel Corridor Crew. Pretty much every video has some information on it. Is that VFX information we're talking about? Because that's one reason in particular why I love the graph-based editing. Because, oops, I hit the wrong button there. I made a little video. The graph-based editing is like so cool because you can just like pause a YouTube video. If it's a good tutorial, they'll show the whole graph or like big sections of it in one screen. And you can just pause it and replicate it. And of course, it's best to know what they're talking about. But I studied shaders in school and stuff like that, so a lot of that stuff is pretty easy to learn. It's just knowing exactly where to put what can take some guessing and some noodling if you're not familiar with that specific system. Sometimes they call things differently, you know. But you know, some things are the same across the board, like a ramp, for example. You know, you can't really call that something else. So you're always going to be able to use certain modules in certain ways. Yeah, VFX and filming, that's dope. I actually did a lot of studying of film in school as well. We didn't get to make that much because, let's face it, YouTube was just becoming a thing back then, and there wasn't as much of a push for that type of media until YouTube came out, believe it or not. Because there was not much you could do with it. You could burn it on a DVD and give it to someone, but before you could upload it onto the video, upload on the internet, you know, and then even then, you were stuck with like 480p back when YouTube first came out. And that was if you were lucky. A lot of those videos were shot on cell phones from like the worst quality. I'm sure you remember, Techie. You're not the youngest. Not to make you sound old, you're much younger than me. But I'm sure you remember what YouTube was like when it first came out. But yeah, I made a music video. I did a claymation. I did a credits for a DVD that was already in existence. Like we had to remake the credits for something that already existed. That was pretty cool. I think that might be about it though in video. I did a lot of 3D video stuff in my 3D classes where we had to take our renderings and put them into video. I learned a lot through that. Made a lot of mistakes. One major mistake: don't ever slow 3D animations down. Like you can slow down video footage and get away with it. You can't really do that with 3D animation renders because I don't know. Maybe it was something about how many frames per second I was rendering it or whatever, but it just got choppy and did weird things and it looked terrible. Oh, you gotta go. It's no problem, man. It's great to see you drop in, man. Thanks so much. Oh, it's doing that music again. I must have gone through the whole playlist. But yeah, thanks for dropping in, Techie. I really appreciate it. And it's great to hear from you anytime. You don't have to hang out too long. I appreciate it anyways. Alright. What am I gonna do for music? I guess we'll throw on that pretzel. Yeah. Oh wait, I'm already signed up. Do I have the app? What the heck? Did they change this? Because this is looking weird. Oh, I guess this looks normal. I must have been because I changed my Twitter or Twitch password when all that crazy stuff happened. Where the heck is the chip tune? Am I missing it? There it is. Alright. So these things. What I can do is put the water on a separate layer and then make it so the pinball and the wood react with the water, but nothing else does. Of course, this will need to too. Alright, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a new layer. We'll call it water. We'll call it OBJ. Water OBJ. All the water objects will fit onto layer 11. Alright, so then I need to find the water. Change the layer to 11. Change the children. Alright, and this guy. Well, this needs to be on. This one needs to be both, right? Because it needs to connect with that and the water. Does it deserve its own layer, though? We'll make it easier. Wait, I've got a water layer. Well, that makes it easy. So what I'll do is I'll make this a water object. I'll make the water line. Whoops. Come back here. The water line will be water. Where'd it go? Here it is. Alright, so water object and water. So now we'll go into our project settings. We need our physics. Wait, is physics 2D different? It is. Wow. Well, we're using 3D in this level, so we'll just Alright, so we want the water and the water objects to collide. But we want the water objects to collide with everything and themselves. The water itself, it's gonna need to collide with the ball. Should there be a layer for the ball? I just started using layers. I read somewhere when I first started that there's like a limited number of layers, so I decided I just wasn't going to use them until I figured out the best way to use them. Well, it turns out physics is probably the best reason to use them. I used a lot of tags, which is kind of terrible. I didn't know how to not use tags. I've since then learned how, and I've cut down on my tag usage quite a bit. But yeah, I'm still learning layers. So I think I'm gonna make a new layer for the player. I mean, for the ball. But also, I feel like there should be a layer for bullets then too. But the thing is that a lot of those things are default. Also, a lot of those things aren't actually colliders, they're triggers. So it's not going to make as much of a difference. I don't know. Let's see what happens right now. Alright, so far, things are falling through one another. That's not good. Alright, so this guy is a water object. Water object should collide with default objects. Is that... Oh, it's got a different layer, okay. So we need obstacles in there also. Well, then we can turn on default, because that'll be the ball. And now these are... This should work. We'll try it. That worked. I'm gonna turn off the player. And the ball. Now we need the water to laze. The water to laze. To lazily raise. And here we go. Ah, it's still not working. Well, it's working, just how you would expect water to work. Alright, so water line is water. Got water. We got obstacle. Ah, here we are. We need to turn off water there. There we go. That was funny. Well, I'm happy with the way that's working. It looks watery. Those darn waterfalls. So I'm gonna need to make an animation. That's how I say animation. An animation. But I want it to be based off of that the waterfall. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna pull it out of my files here. Not exactly sure where it's at, but I think it's not there. Aseprite. I think it's in this folder. There's the sand waterfalls. It's got to be close. Here we are. We've got our waterfall and our waterfall angle. Water pipe. Here we are. Our waterfall animation. Okay, so I don't like this chatter. It's disrupting my my thinking. Besides, who doesn't know how to pronounce Aaron Hansen? Which is weird. I used to work for a guy named Aaron Hansen. That's really weird. He was a jerk. Yeah, after he owed me money, and I ended up having to walk out of that place because the management was so bad. And he was the manager, I think. He was the kitchen manager. After that, he called me up and said, "Hey, I'm doing this festival thing. Do you want to do face painting for me? Like, you're an artist. Come do face painting for me." I'm like, "Dude, you still owe me money." He's like, "Really?" I'm like, "No, I don't want to face paint for you. And yes, I'll come to the bar to get that check." And that's why it sucks to work in food sometimes. Okay, so I've got my waterfall. The top has got to stay the same, but the bottom, it's going to look much, much different. So I'm going to go through, first of all, what do we got here? An edge. Sand. That's weird that the sand layer isn't there. See that? Just in case you were wondering how I made it, I basically stole it from the sand. Okay. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna merge this down because I don't need them. I'm gonna delete the sand layer because I don't need that. Oh shit. Something happened here. What the fuck happened? Okay. I don't know why it did that. I must have clicked on something. Merge down. Okay. So this is what I want, but I'm going to go across and just delete everything from like here down. Because it's okay if like a little bit of like water comes into the waterfall or into the water line, because that's kind of what happens. And it'll look like it's kind of flowing into it. But what I need now is to make like a cloud, basically, of this lighter water. Oh, that's a big eraser. So the easiest way to make clouds is actually with circles. I like to use like shift when I make circles to make them actual circles. Of course, you don't have to, but that's the way I like to do it. All right. So yeah, I can actually leave some of this because I don't want it to be completely white, and I kind of like that it's like made out of circles because bubbles are circular. So I'm gonna make some adjustments to it, but I'm gonna try to keep this circular shape. Yeah, I wasn't really expecting to have to make this animation. I just kind of forgot about it, but that was the whole reason why I've been putting this water off is because I didn't want to make this. Not that I didn't want to, it's just that it's a time-consuming process, and I wasn't expecting to do it. But this is great for the stream. It'll go quite fast, I think, and I think it'll be worth it. I think it's one of those things that the players notice where they say like, oh, well, they could have done something cheaper here and it might not have looked as good, but they did something that looks good, so players appreciate that, I feel. And they're looking for it more and more these days. It's true that players on Steam kind of have an eye for shovelware these days. They've been burned, you know? Pretty much everyone's been burned. I've been burned, you've been burned, we've all been burned by software we didn't really like that we thought we did. So everyone's kind of looking for that. Even if they don't know it, in the back of their head, they're kind of still looking for that. Now I'm trying to create like a method for the madness here, like putting the blue at the top, like maybe create a sense of depth somehow, but I don't know how it's gonna work. Yeah, I think I need to fill in. Oh. Like, that doesn't look bad, but it doesn't look great. That looks a little better. I think if I put a few of these in there, it might help break things up, make it look like there's more motion than there actually is, so that we don't have to draw it all. Yeah, this looks good actually. I think I'm gonna do it on the bottom as well, or like on this angle. To make it look like there's, yeah, like I said, depth. Alright, I think it needs a little bit more white in there. Yeah, I like that. I think that'll work. Of course, we need 3 more frames. But yeah, you know, we'll take this guy, and then we'll delete. Like I said, we'll take this guy, we'll put him in there, and now we need to change it up a bit. So, you know, it's probably just better just to start from scratch, right? It wasn't too hard to make. We'll just go ahead and make some more. Start with the white. Oops, we need that circle. I kind of want to look at where the other circles were, so that way it looks like they're part of the same animation. Not too random, right? But we also don't want it to look the exact same. gonna go in and make these edges. So one thing I'm looking at here is the height here, right? I don't want it to be the same. Right now it is. So I'm gonna actually just bring everything down a little bit so it looks like it's kind of got this like bobbing motion. Just by a few pixels there. Yeah, maybe only 2 pixels. I don't want it to be too much. And then I'm gonna redraw these edges to make it work. And I can even, I've kind of already drawn some stuff here, so just draw over it. I said I was bringing it down, but I didn't bring much down. Alright, let's try that again. Yeah, so I think that looks pretty good. Now I'm just gonna have to recreate these shapes here. So we started with this color. Oop, too far. Alright, yeah. Drawing circles inside circles. At least. Hey, what's going on, Easy Perp? Good to see you. How you been, man? I'm just working on this waterfall here. Gonna finish the water level and realize that it needs more sprites than it has, so here I am. You're good? Just trying to get back into coding? Cool. Yeah, I did a little coding today. Not a whole lot, like 1 line of code, but it did what I intended it to do, so that's good. Yeah, mostly I'm just working on this water level here. I can show you what I've got. It's easier to see in the scene view here, so I'm gonna turn off the player once it starts up. There we go. Yeah, so we've got this wood that's got metal, right? So the idea is that wood is going to be breakable, but not if it's got metal around it, but it still floats. So I'm playing with physics here, and then I've got the water line here. So what I did was I created a script that moves it for me. so if I click off it, you can see better. And then I was having this trouble here, and now what I did to fix it, I did it during play mode, so it didn't stick. But I put it on a different layer, and then in the project settings, if I go to my obstacle layer and turn off water, now it should work this time. So again, I'm gonna turn off the player real quick. Yeah, it looks like the pinball's stuck, so that's good. Or no, is it? No, it just looks like it. Okay, pinball's gone, player's gone. I'm gonna get the water line out, turn it on, and now it goes through the level colliders, but the ball still hits them. But then it's gonna hit this wood, and I made the wood buoyant. So the idea is that you'll hit some switches down here, it'll raise the water, and then you can go through while learning about the awesome properties of wood. So you can see the problem that I'm having here is that the waterfalls don't change yet. They just keep on going, right? Which might work in a pinch, I don't know. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to make them kind of do something else, like as the water affects them, and then, you know, make it look more realistic that way. Make it look like the water's part of the world. But yeah, that's what I've been up to today. I'm a machine. Thank you. I started this project like in increments, like this scene in increments. So I spent one scene just making the water line, and then I spent another scene making it look good, and then another day making the waterfall and the texture. So I've already spent like 4 or 5 days on this project, or on this scene alone. So it looks like I just did it all in one day, but no, I basically just did one line, put it on the thing to make it move, and then change the buoyancy so it didn't break. And then I started drawing. But yeah, so back to drawing. This is what it's going to look like when the water starts pulling up on it. And it's not going to be the smoothest animation. It'll still like crank up one at a time. But I think it'll look good enough where the player is going to recognize that at least some time was spent trying to make it look okay. Who knows? Maybe it'll look bad, but I don't think it'll look bad. It's a little bit tedious what I'm doing here, but there's only 4 frames of it, so these days I've been trying to keep my tedious animations down to a minimal number of frames. Doesn't always work. After that title animation, I was kind of burnt out. Not gonna lie, because you know, when you're animating letters, oh my god, that's boring. Especially if they're not doing anything cool. Like mine were just making like, yeah, I'm sure you've seen the title for Retro Spaceball. It's like it's got like chasers, right? Like almost like Christmas lights, where they like chase around the roof of the house or something like that. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Man, that took me fucking hours, man. I was doing it for well over 20 hours. I lost track at around 18 or so, and it was just insane, you know. I was like, by the end of it, man, my headphones keep slipping here. By the end of it, I was looking up like alternative methods to like maybe do it with script or do it with a tool or something like that, and I just couldn't find anything that was going to actually like alleviate the workload or be free or anything like that. So I was like, all right, I'll do it. I just kept going, but it paid off. I think people really like it, and then I added the colors to it like weeks later, and I think that helped a lot too. We'll fill in some of these with white now. We'll just really light blue anyways. It's okay. Oh, Indie Gamiacs is here. I didn't even see you. Pretty late here. I just want to drop by and say hi. Thanks so much for joining Indie Gamiacs. Great to see you. If you don't hang out, that's fine. I know it's super late there, but it's great to see you. Sorry I missed you for a second there. Yeah, you put in a lot of time on your animations game. Very inspiring. I'm glad to inspire you. It is a lot of time. You know, it's funny because I talk to a lot of devs, right? And a lot of them, they don't actually do their own art. Imagine how much quicker the development process would be if you didn't do your own art. Like, I'm thinking like, what are you doing? Because my game would be done by now if I was paying someone for the art. Maybe not. I'd be in a mess of programming errors if all I did was program, because sometimes I need the art to keep me from making mistakes. But yeah, you know exactly what it's, right? Because you're doing all the art yourself too, and that is super inspiring also, man. You're doing a great job there. I love seeing your stuff on Twitter. You know, ever since you said that you were going to start using larger canvases, I was excited, and I keep seeing them getting, you know, real big and stuff like that. That's so cool to see you, you know, just really kind of get in there and sink your teeth into it. Alright, so I'm gonna start this frame with some circles. Let's forget the hotkey for circles. Shift U. Not to be controlled or confused with Shift Control U. I think that looks like a pretty good frame. Yeah, I'm gonna make the circles for this one too while I'm at it. Oh, that's not a circle. Shift U. I'm doing things like half random, half not random. Like I'm thinking about where they were before, but I'm trying to make them different, but not too different. So it looks like it's moving. It's gonna be moving pretty quickly though, so I don't have too much to worry about, which is good. So, you've been playing any games lately? I know you were playing Ark last time I jumped in your stream. I myself, I've been kind of all over the board. I was playing Strikey Sisters, kind of as reference material, but also for fun. That was a good one. I was pretty happy with that. I found it on sale. I was like, wow, gotta grab this while it's cheap. Basically, they're one of the games that I'm like watched closely. Well, honestly, I didn't really know about the game until after it was released, I believe. But luckily, some other devs pointed me in the direction of that studio, and their games are actually kind of similar to what I'm making here. So that's like really good news for me, because I was having trouble marketing, right? Because I didn't know what to do, since not many games are like mine. I had to be creative and kind of figure out my own things here. And what I ended up doing was pretty much really leaning into the shoot 'em up genre, which I really like the genre, but honestly, there's a lot of games that are just too hard or not forgiving enough, or they have a tendency to be like elitist, and that's not really like what I'm trying to do with my game at all. My game is actually more like a puzzle game, which is a little weird because most puzzle games are usually like cute, relaxing, and not action based, not shoot 'em up. So yeah, I'm definitely doing two polar opposite things and then still getting people to feel like they're appealing together when normally they might not. I don't know. It's a weird thing. But I will say that Strikey Sisters is a lot more like Breakout or like Arkanoid or Acronoid, is it? I forget how to pronounce that. But you know what I mean, the block breaker mentality. Which there's some of that in my game. It's a lot of things that they did wrong, I would say, I'm doing right, and I knew them. I knew what to do before I saw them make the mistakes, which is good. Not to make it sound like their game has a lot of mistakes, it doesn't. It just has a couple that I avoided. One is that the ball looks like the shots, right? Now it's because the ball moves about the same speed as the shots. The ball has particles. The shots have particles. The ball is green. The shots are sometimes green. Like, so, I mean, or maybe they're not green, but they're, so sometimes the shots, or the ball turns to a fireball. That is a bad idea because the enemies shoot fireballs, right? So like now you don't know which ball is the ball. So when it exits the screen and you get hit because you were chasing the wrong ball, you feel like you were, you know, cheated, right? So the one way that I fixed that with my game is by making the ball quite a bit larger than you would expect. Now granted, don't get me wrong, some of the enemy shots are about the same size as the ball, because, you know, for design purposes, but I've done a lot of things to make them look very different. It's pretty hard to lose track of the ball despite it having multiple colors. Where on Strikey Sisters, it's almost like it was their intention to make you lose track of the ball, which is not a good design philosophy. That's like a design flaw. And some design flaws are intentional. Sometimes people don't realize that they're making a design flaw. But yeah, the game is like highly polished. Strikey Sisters, I'm still on. There was 48 levels in the main game, and then 60 more levels in extra modes or whatever that didn't have like a storyline attached to them. So that's a lot. That's like 108, I believe. I did the math at some point. Yeah, 108. So like that's kind of around the same amount of levels that I'm shooting for, believe it or not. And a lot of people are like, what? When I say like 50 plus, but the reality is that each level is probably going to have a bonus level. Also, I'm working on different game modes and stuff like that. So, also, Strikey Sisters is a team. On the credits, it rolled for a minute there. I mean, there's multiple people working on that. Where for me, it's just me. So, hopefully, it doesn't take too long. But the plan is to keep it entertaining, to get more and more people involved. Maybe by the time the early access gets released, or the Steam demos, hopefully by that point, there's like a lot more people involved. I mean, not that I'm not super grateful for the people that are involved, because I totally am. You know, the support that I've gotten is like, it's keeping me afloat, you know? But we'll just have to see what's in store for the future. True that, absolutely. All right. Put these speckles in there. Actually, this one looks like it could use some more. Alright, that's looking good. Oh, while you're in here, Easy Perp, I should ask, how's the audio? Like, my voice versus the background music. Should I turn anything up or down? Is it good? Right now I've got the gain on my microphone cranked because it's like a good 1.5 feet away from me. So hopefully you're not hearing the air conditioner, but that might be. I do live in Arizona. It does get hot without the AC. Alright, yeah, that looks great. Maybe I would change the dark a little. It's a little too dark. Because it's just gonna get darker with the translucent layer. It's close though, very close. Alright, so it looks okay, but that color should be different. So to make this easier on myself, I'm actually going to I'm gonna make a new layer. I'm gonna cut this on all the layers. What the fuck? I fucked that up. Alright. So the reason why I'm doing this is because I use the same colors. So now that they're on different layers, I can use the gradient tool and just change them all at once instead of going through and fixing them all. But I'm just gonna lighten it by a few tints. Oops. Yeah, it's still a little dark. A little bit saturated. Oh, that's like the exact same color. It's close. I think that might be it. Alright, yeah, so I just need to go through and do that on all the layers. Which one was that? 4? What did I do? Oh. It's in the wrong layer. Your frame. Alright, so this looks a lot better. I like this. The hard part's gonna be telling the waterfall to turn into this or be off. Or be the waterfall. There's 3 different states. It's gonna have to know if the one above it is covered in water. That's the only way that I can think of to do this. Alright, so I'm gonna save this as... Whoa, what the hell happened to the background there? It's not how I wanted to save it. Alright, save it as... Let's just call it... Waterfall Bubbles. Alright. We'll make a sprite sheet. Oh, you know, I still gotta do the angle pipes too. Man. Alright, so we're gonna export the sprite sheet. Let's bring this out. Got that. So one thing that I've been doing is I've been putting a padding on it, right? Or spacing, right? And then you can actually trim it up later in Unity, is what I'm realizing. So now the reason why I had this issue is because there's sprite bleeding is a thing in Unity, and in any engine, I guess it's just a thing. So what people do is they create these bleed or padding, they call it. Although the top should have it too. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so these settings are pretty fun to play with. Adds a border to each frame, duplicating the pixel. Alright, so you don't want to use that because it'll duplicate the other frame. So inner padding. I'm still not sure. Extra space inside the frame edges. Space between each frame in the sprite sheet. Space between each frame and the edge of the sprite sheet. So it's a little confusing. I think that's the one that we want. But it's weird because... Oh, this trim sprite needs to be turned off. Alright, it looks funny, but this is what we want. I think. Oh, I don't want to save over. Some of my my sprite sheets I'm gonna have to redo and fix because of this. But here, I'll bring them into Unity so we can look at this. So what we got? We got water sprites, water line. I don't know why the waterfall's not in there, but that's where I'm gonna put this bubble sheet. Where did it go? Always gets put somewhere, some random spot. Oh, it's right there. How's that for random? Right where I put it. Alright. 2D. What am I doing? Clicking all the wrong buttons here. Points. None. Apply. Oh. Multiple. Sprite. Editor. Yeah, so here we can go to grid by cell size. Now we can actually just give it one padding and put this back to what it should be, which is 32. And look at that. It knows exactly where the lines are. It has the padding, so it's not going to show the edges. Although that one looks a little different, doesn't it? Huh. I'm a little worried that it's not like that. Anyways, I guess I just had to do it manually. I don't know why. I had it set up so it was working yesterday. I don't know. This will work though. All right. So what I can do now is just take the waterfall and start there. Why is it? Oh, they're on their own. So they're on a tile map, and that might not actually be the best way to do this because I don't really know how to work with tile maps in code. There's got to be a way, but I don't really know. Yeah, I can't think of any way in my head. So I think I'm just gonna actually recreate that. Whoa. Alright, waterfalls, tile map. Yeah, so I'll just pretend like they're not there, and we'll start over again. Where the heck are the waterfalls though? Why are they were they like in their own folder or something? Level? Water level? Waterfall. Alright. So yeah, I've already got the tiles, but like I said, I'm gonna actually just like do them by hand rather than use a tile map because I'm gonna animate them and have them programmed with the scripts and the colliders and stuff. I don't know how to do all that with the tile map. I just don't know how to like swap out tiles on the fly. I'll probably learn, especially by my next game, because honestly I just started using tile maps. I have not been using them very long, so I don't know how to you know. But what I want to do is eventually make a level editor using tile maps, so I'll have to learn how eventually. Either that or I'll just completely avoid tile maps. But they're much better for system performance. So yeah, it would significantly decrease the size of a custom level if you could only use non-tile map objects. Alright, so I'm going to make a sprite. Just gonna start like that. Create a square. Now my scene everything is like crazy huge. 170 times bigger than, and then I'm going to give it waterfall angle. Yeah. So here I just kind of have to line it up by hand, because if I try to snap it, there's nothing for it to oh, look at that, it snapped right to it. I was not expecting that. But hey, I'll take it. I didn't realize you could snap to non-gridded objects like that. Alright, so I'm gonna make a parent. We're gonna call this Waterfalls. And that's gonna contain all the waterfall stuff. Alright, so we've got our animations folder, level animations. I guess we'll put it here. Waterfall anims. We need one for waterfall angle. We need another. Yeah, I should make a new folder. Angle. Fall. And bubbles. Yeah. I like falls better. Alright. So here we need a bubbles animation controller, animator controller. We'll just call it bubbles animCTRL. I like to write animCTRL at the end of all of my animation controllers because they change the icons every once in a while and then I don't know what I'm doing. Balls and control. Alright, so we just need 3 idols. Which is why I separated the folders. Because I didn't feel like giving them all different names. And this is so far from chiptune. This doesn't exactly sound like chiptune either. Alright, got our angle, so we'll put the angle on it, we'll give it the idle. I always set this stuff to 0.2, so that way every 1/5 of a second it changes. Alright. Idle, we'll just record, put it at the 2nd frame. We'll put that frame there. But the fuck? What am I doing? What the fuck happened? Clicked the wrong damn thing. Alright. Yeah, so that should work. It's gonna be really fast now. Is that even right? Yeah, that's right. Alright, so there's that. Alright, so what I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna duplicate this one, bring it down, snap it into place, remove the animator. We're gonna find our falls animator. I'm gonna rename this to falls. And we'll give it the idle from falls. Alright, we'll go to the 2nd frame, hit record, and we're going to animate the falls. Yeah, this is a little redundant here since I've already done those two steps before. Oh, right. But this next step is going to make it all worthwhile, right? Oh, first of all, we don't want it to look stupid at the start, so we'll change it to waterfall texture. Or sprite rather. And then we've got bubbles, so we'll bust out the bubbles. And there we have it. Doesn't that look dope? Alright, so because of the way that the sprite was trimmed, we've got this padding issue here. So I'm gonna see if I can sort that out actually before I just move it by hand, because it's gonna be a lot easier to just replace the sprite. Gotta go back to our sprites. Oops. Images. Sprites. Level. Not level. Where's the up button? Water. This one, okay. Huh. Oh. Alright. 32. Man, I really don't like how there's like all this metal and shit that they like, oh yeah, this is obviously chiptune. We'll just throw it in the chiptune. Yeah, I don't mind metal, but please don't mix it with chiptune. Like, if you're gonna make metal chiptune, that's fine, but make it chiptune. Alright, so I think I fixed the sprite here. Yeah, and it looks much better. So if we hit play, oh, the bubbles aren't animated yet. So that's not gonna work. Where'd it go? Give me that. Alright, so we'll call those bubbles. So no one gets confused. No one being me, future me. Alright, we got that. We'll remove the animator. We'll go back to our animations. Level, waterfall, bubbles. We'll give it the new animator and the new idle. Alright, so first thing we want to do is change the sheet to be bubbles. Now we're going to go to the second frame and continue the animation. Third and fourth frames. And now we've got it. Now something is looking funny. Let's see how it looks all together. Come on. Oh, did I do all that in play mode or something? What the heck is going on here? I totally must have, because it doesn't have any of the stuff that I just did. Okay, so I need to change the speeds of those. Point 2. Does that have 2? Okay, yeah, so because it was in play mode, some of the things stuck and some of them didn't because I was messing with the animation stuff. So we've got a working waterfall. Of course, it's floating in the air, and you can't see it. But the basics are there. Okay, so what I need to do is come up with the angle pipe animation. Basically just make bubbles coming out of this thing, I guess, right? So we can get rid of the edges, we can get rid of that. We'll make a new layer. And I'm just gonna take these bubbles, man. Just totally take these bubbles. Why not, right? Where'd they go? I must have been on the wrong layer. Alright, we got the bubbles. I didn't want them to be angled. Alright. Yeah, so some of the bubbles gotta be... We're gonna want to flip this guy. Some things need to be changed here. Alright, so I'm gonna need to move this one out a bit. Move this one up and over. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Maybe another bubble there. Cool. We've got a single bubble. Next bubble. We'll just continue down the road here. Did I just cross? Yeah, I didn't mean to. Alright. We'll go to the next frame and we'll just paste those bubbles there. Make them sideways. And we're just going to do the same thing and just kind of take sections and put them where they might be, where they might need to be. God damn it. Sometimes you just hit the wrong button, you know? I don't remember it being like that. Whoa, whoa. Now we're going too far. Why is it cut off? I don't understand. It's still cut off. Ah ha ha! It's on 2 layers. All right. That looks good. Not super realistic, but that's okay. It doesn't need to be. Alright, so we'll save this as... angle bubbles. Alright, now we're going to export the sprite sheet. I'm going to do the same thing with the bleed. I should put this in the right folder. I made a folder for sheets and I rarely ever use it. Alright, we got the layout's good. We want borders. We want 1. I feel like it adds 2 to the bottom. No, I guess there's already a border at the bottom. Anyways, we'll just export it with 1. That should work. We are going to open up that in Unity. Gotta find my sprites folder. Images, sprites, water sprites. We'll throw that in here. There, I got the bubbles sheet. The sheets folder is where it should be. And we got the thing. In fact, I'm gonna put these other sheets in there too. Okay, sorry about that, but I got these sheets now, so I'm more organized. I feel better. I don't want to replace anything on accident. But did I cut all that stuff? Should be fine. I've got the A-Sprite files. I probably had a duplicate anyways, so it's whatever. Alright, so We've got these awesome waterfalls, but they don't work properly. So what I'm gonna have to do is make a script. The script is going to involve a collider. And if the water touches it, then it will tell the sprite below it to turn off and change to bubbles. That's what it's gonna do. All right, so we've got to write that in a script. I don't have a water scripts folder, so I'm just going to create a new water script. Water fall bubbles. Alright, waterfall bubbles. Alright, there we are. We got our waterfall bubbles. Alright, so let me think here. This is going to be looking for things, so not all of those things have rigid bodies. So wait, the water does have rigid body. Alright, so this does not need a rigid body. So I can just do a on or a void on trigger. Just write the damn thing for me, would you? Thank you. So on trigger enter, if the other one has the water trigger or the water script, so we're gonna need that. Where's all that? Just looking at it. I was just looking at it. There it is. Alright, so we'll need this. Get out of here. Why can't it just open them in the same damn thing? In fact, I'm going to close that one and open it again and see if it does a better job. There we go. Alright, so we've got our water level and our water collider, and it's got this script we need. So I've copied it. I'm going to paste it. Give it another thing there. Alright, so it's looking for some things. We're gonna name those two water surface script. Alright, so we need a public water collider, and that's going to be water surface script. Okay, and we'll rename this. Alright, so what I've done here is I'm making it look for any collider, any trigger that it hits. It's going to assume that it has a water collider on it. And if it does, then it's going to do stuff. If it doesn't, then it's not going to do stuff. That's what this if not null is checking for. It's basically my workaround for not making infinite tags, right? Because now instead of putting a tag on an object, I just put a script on it, and then I check to see if there's a script. Some objects literally just have a script on them, and that script is all they have. It's just the fact that it's on there. I can make it easier for them to find. Yeah, I don't know if that's like the best way to go about things, but it works. Yeah. 1 second here. I'm just gonna see. I had a notification. Oh, it's from my own going live post. Imagine that. I just wanted to make sure no one was chatting in the Retro Spaceball Discord without me paying attention. Okay. Man, what is up with this music? Wish you could just, like, unfollow an artist. Is there a way to do that? don't think there is a way. You can play their tracks and share their tracks, but you can't. Wait, maybe you dislike them and then they go away? I don't think that's working. Anyways, that's a distraction. So if it's searching for water, it needs to be... Well, it's never going to come in contact with the wood, so I don't really have to worry about that. Alright, so... But it will need to talk to the one below it. So we're going to need a public sprite renderer, and this does need to be public. I know me and Techie were talking about whether things should be public or not. Some things need to be public. Yeah, unless you assign it via script, which I guess you could do, but it's actually cheaper on the processor to cache it yourself manually. Alright, sprite renderer. We're gonna call this. We'll call it sprite below, right? Because each sprite's gonna need the one below it to tell it to turn off, right? So that's the first thing we're gonna do, is we're gonna say sprite below. Actually, we don't need a sprite render. We can use a game object here and just make it inactive. So I'll change that to sprite below geo. Alright, sprite below geo, set active, false. Alright, so that turns off the one below it. That's easy. Easy Perp says, I have so much shit that's public. You just maybe ruined my life by saying it's not good to do public. I try not to, but some things just happen. Could that slow down my game? Alright, so don't freak out. You're okay. Me and Techie were talking about it earlier. The reality is that the reason why people want you to use public is because they're usually showing a lot of people their code base. If you know what your variables are doing, then it's okay to call them public if they don't need to be public. But if we're talking about best practices, then we're talking about the whole industry, right? And that means more than just solo devs. So for best practices, you're going to want to use a private variable and then use a serialized field before that, so that way you can see it in your inspector when it's supposed to be private. Now, when I say supposed to be private, you can still make them public. I mean, if you look at my scripts, I can bust them out here. Oh, I'm already looking at them. Let me find a really big one. My game manager, right? I've been working on this script since the beginning of the game. It is literally 3,212 lines long. Every single thing is public. Every single thing is public. I don't even know if there's anything in here that's private at all. Public, 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 public. Yeah, nothing in here is private. Granted, some things probably could be. Maybe people might even say that they should be. It's not going to slow down the game. It's just... yeah, okay, I'm glad that you feel better. But yeah, it's not going to slow down the game. It might confuse people. That's really where it comes down to. You're not supposed to use public unless you need to. That's that's like the rule, right? But you can break the rules. It's just you're your own CEO. It's not going to slow down your game. If you want to go through and change everything, you can. It's the problem with that is that you're going to have to reassign everything and all that stuff, because when you change a variable like that, it's gonna like knock it out of the inspector and you'll have to put it back in there. So I just would leave it how it is, to be honest. If you're gonna start, oh, here's a public static. Look at that. No, that one needed to be, because I was following a tutorial that said this needs to be public static. Not to mention, look at the variable. It's got this one too. They have uppercase letters. Why? Because I was following a tutorial that told me use uppercase letters here because these are like static variables, and you're going to need to know that they're like static variables. And if you don't use uppercase, because static variables get uppercase letters, right? But you don't want to use static because, like, well, there's a time and a place to use static, right? If you're using static, it's like usually it's taking more memory than it needs to. Because all of a sudden every script can use that variable. That's like for variables that are going to be used on every single script. I don't have much use for static. I think, in fact, as far as static variables go, I think that my game details might be my only static variable. In fact, the only time I use static variables are when tutorials tell me to. But yeah, so that should help you feel a little bit better. But yeah, in the future, if you want to show scripts to someone, you probably want to follow the rule of using a private serialized field in most cases. That way you can still see it in the inspector. I believe you can still populate it and reference things in the inspector. But there's no confusion about whether it needs to be public or if it's being used by another script somewhere. That's where the concern usually is if something's public, that means that some script somewhere else is playing with it, right? So you have to be careful with public variables when they're being used by another script, because you don't know exactly what's going on in that other script unless you wrote that other script, right? So that's where the confusion comes, right? Because if you know, then it doesn't matter. But as soon as someone else is trying to... Code Blue says, have you thought about the software and game development category in Twist and Set? Might get more viewers that way. Sure, I have. Honestly, the viewers is like, you know, thanks for watching, but it's not the biggest deal. It's not the biggest deal to me. As far as changing the category, you know, they change it all the time on Twitch. Sometimes there's a game development category, sometimes there's not. There was one, and then they changed it to science and or whatever that I'm using now, and now they changed it to software and game development. So I'll just leave it where it is. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of Twitch. I think Twitch is kind of crap. I'm only using it because it's free and easy, and honestly, I could care less. I don't use Amazon. I tried not to use Amazon. I'm just like, avoid that. But here I am on an Amazon service, right? So I would totally use something else if there was something better available. Alright, so back to my waterfall bubbles. Alright, so it's checking to see if it's hit, and then it's turning off the script. Easy perp. I use serialized field private now on most things. I'm also using finite state machines. Using states to switch between has helped me a lot. I haven't actually got into finite state machines too much. Or at all, really. I was using state machines in the animators, but I try to stay away from that as much as possible because you can get into that animator hell syndrome that way. But yeah, I know state machines are definitely useful for like AI and stuff like that. Alright, so back to what I'm doing here. I'm going to turn this off, and then I'm going to change the sprite. So I do need... So wait a second, what am I going to do here? I'm going to change the animator. Wait, if I just change the animator, that should work. Because the sprites are the same size, and the animator changes the sprite render. So I can just change the sprite, or the animator. Alright. Public animator. We'll call this one... graphics? Graphics NMCTRL. Whoa. Get out of here. Alright. So it's going to change the animator. Yeah, so well, we need 2 animators then. We'll need yeah, I'm thinking about another way to do this. That's why I got real quiet. So I'm thinking, what if I stacked, like, this doesn't sound like the most optimized way, but it might be the easiest way. If I stack sprites and then just swap which one's on, right? I think that's the way to do it. All right, so I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do game object, and we'll call one bubbles, and we'll call the other balls. Okay, so we wanted to turn off the balls. We're going to make the bubbles turn on. So this needs to be bubble sprites. It can't be the falls. So I'm gonna make sure that I know that. Bubble sprite below. Bubbles, game object, sprite below. So I think I've kind of simplified what I'm doing here. It will put more of a load on the system this way, but I'm not really wanting to deal with changing out individual sprites and animations and stuff like that. So I'm just going to put that script on each of these guys, but they're all gonna have 2. Alright, so angle needs a second one. Put it inside of it. Ball needs a second one. We'll put that one inside of it. And bubbles, we'll just wait, what am I doing? I can get rid of that one. I can put that one inside that one. And delete or duplicate, right? What am I doing? Yes, because it needs to be turned off. All right. Wait a second, what did I do wrong here? Alright, this one is going to need that angle animation. Did I even make that yet? Nope. Alright, waterfall. Where? What? Level. Yeah. Oh, I missed what you were saying there. Where do you think your coding is 1 to 10? It's hard for me to change sprites with code. My coding 1 to 10. I like it. I don't think many other people would. I love the code. I don't think I'm very good at it. I think I'm actually quite bad at it. But it works, so I don't know where that leaves you. It is a solo dev game designer. I'm maybe a 5, maybe? But as like a programmer, I'm probably like a 2. Alright, so with sprites, you're going to want to change the sprite renderer. You're going to want to cache another sprite, right? So you're going to want a sprite renderer for your object that you're going to change, and then you're going to create a sprite that you're going to cache. You're going to throw the reference in there in the inspector from your project files, right? And then it will, what you do is you say sprite renderer dot sprite equals sprite, your sprite. Let me find a example of that. I think I did it in the I think I've actually done it in the game manager. Of course, it's a 3,000 line script, so it might be hard to find, but I think I did it with the mute button. Alright, so yeah, you can see here I've got my public sprite, which again, probably shouldn't be public, but doesn't really make a difference. I mean, it does, but it doesn't, right? We talked about it. So I've got my mute image and my unmute image, because, you know, you gotta have that. And in the game, if I save this real quick, well, I mean, you can kind of imagine what it does in the game. I don't need to show you that. It's like a speaker, and then when it's muted, there's an X over it, right? And then in the script, happens around here somewhere. I've got, yeah, so I made a button, and all it does is it gets the component from this sprite, right? Was this a sprite renderer or a sprite? I can't remember. Alright, so it gets the component from the game object here. So it is a little confusing. So I'm referencing the game object, getting the component from it, and then from there I'm changing the sprite to the reference sprite. So yeah, that's why it's a little bit confusing. If you're having trouble, this get component image is probably what's holding you back. You've got to grab the game object, use get component, pull the image, and then change that. Of course, you can cache this somewhere else. But you know what? This is for image, so it's going to be different for a sprite render. It's because this is part of my UI rather than in the game. So if you're using a sprite renderer rather than an image, they're really similar, so it's really easy to get them confused. But you'll need to use sprite renderer where it says image here. But yeah, images and sprite renderers both use sprites, so yeah, you could see how that would be confusing. And then this transition to, that's audio code. That's to make it change the audio mixer. But yeah, that's how sprites are done. It took me a while to figure that out. That's actually how I learned, was that mute button there. Alright, so I need to make a animation for my angle fall bubbles. So I'm just gonna make a new folder. We'll call it angle bubbles. We'll add a animator controller. We'll call it angle bubbles anim control. Here we're gonna add an animation. We'll put in idle. So, idle, and we'll loop that, and yeah, so now I need to make the animation. So we're gonna delete this guy, or remove that guy, and throw one of these on there, and one of these. And go into here, we'll slow it down to 0.2. Go back to our scene. Now we're gonna find the animation. I'm gonna turn off this renderer so we can see it. I'm going to go to frame 2, hit record, and we need our angle bubbles. You know what? I have not put them in yet, so that's going to be a problem. Got Images, sprites, water. Oh, here they are. They just need to be imported. Alright, so sprite multiple points, none. Alright. Cell size, these are supposed to be 32 by 32, but they've got that weird padding. Alright, so that should work. Alright, so I'll put that in there now. Oh, we need to go to frame 1, 2. Yeah. Alright, so that looks good. Let's see how it looks in real time. I like it. It's like a hot tub. Alright. We'll turn that off. We'll turn this on. Before I start duplicating, I'm going to throw that script on there. Waterfall bubbles. Alright, got our bubbles script. Alright, so bubbles below. I've done this wrong. Okay. Alright, I'm just gonna So what I should have done first was put them in a parent. And this is just gonna make things easier. Call it fall angle. Not angel, but angle. Here, same thing. Empty parent. Balls. Not false, but falls. Here, we're gonna create empty parents. Call it falls. Alright, so I'm actually gonna put the waterfall bubbles on the parent. And then I'm going to make them unchilded. Oops. Okay. So now I can turn them both off at the same time, or simultaneously, or I don't know the best way to say that. Yeah. Separately. That's what I mean. Turn them both off separately. Alright, so we've got our falls. We've got our bubbles. And our sprite below. Now the water surface, we can leave that unpopulated. It's going to populate every time it collides with something. Well, anytime it collides with water. Alright, so we've got that. We can put the waterfall bubbles on you, and we've got our falls, and our bubbles, and our sprite below. Now, there might not be a sprite below, So we're gonna have to make a contingency for that. Public pool. No falls below. Yeah. If not, no falls below. It's always fun to use double negatives with booleans. Yeah. So if there is not no falls below. Wait. No. Yeah. Because. Yes. I'm gonna stop looking at it. It's just going to get more confusing the longer I look at it. Yeah, so we've got our thing, our other thing. I guess I can start duplicating them now. Alright, so this last one is gonna start with the bubbles. Why doesn't it have a script on it? Did I not put a script on all of those? Oh my gosh. That was the whole point of waiting. It's alright. Alright, we've got our bubbles, we've got our falls, we've got our falls. This is the slowest possible way I could be doing this. Bubbles, falls, falls. I guess it could be slower, you know, if I were gonna do this for each waterfall. But I will be able to just duplicate this one to make the other one, so that's good. Oh no. What did I do? That's not what I wanted. Take it out of there. So that looks almost good. We'll just lower the water to fit. That did not work. I think this will look good. That looks great, actually. I'm pretty happy with that. But what will happen when the water moves? Oh, there's no trigger on it. So that's gonna make a difference. Okay. Alright, so we'll need to make a trigger. Easiest way to do that, just throw a box on there. Of course, it's tiny, so we need to make it big. I want it to be like a normal size. I don't even know what I'm doing here anymore. Sorry, I got distracted. Someone was talking to me. They like sent me a link to try to hack my Discord on accident. You know, like they got hacked and they were trying to tell me, "Oh, don't click on that. It's bad." And I was like, "Yeah, I reported it. Sorry." But that's what happens. What am I doing here? Yeah. Okay, so we've got that all working and stuff. We need a box collider. So yeah, I want it to be the exact same size as this, but I'm having trouble with it. There it is. I got it. That's what I wanted. But it's too small. So we're gonna make that way bigger. Just to make sure. Alright, so we need it to be a trigger. Oh, and it's gotta have the script on it, so it can't be there. It has to be here. But that's okay, that's what we want. Alright, so we can copy that. We'll paste it. What happened there? It got real small. So that's a little weird. Where is it? There it is. Okay. I hate when this happens. I don't know why it just doesn't, like, center your game objects, right? Maybe there's something I'm missing, but, like, I don't like to have to hit Control-Alt-F for everything. Right? It's kind of annoying. So what I'm doing is I'm unparenting things, zooming in on where it's supposed to be, and then moving it with Control-Alt-F, and then putting them back into the parent. Severely annoying. Oops. Alright, that wasn't too bad. I mean, it sucked to do that, but it's working. Alright, so now I can just copy this and paste it. Perfect. Okay. Why is it like that? It just seems so weird, right? Like... I guess it's because of the size. They're not the right size. I guess that's more what they're supposed to, maybe 55. Oh, now it's going over. 54.5, 54.5. And now it's still going over. Okay. 55.4. And that guy still has the other guy inside of it. Or something. Alright, let's see what Discord said. I heard a ping. He says, thank you and thanks for reporting. Me, being me, believed it. Sorry, I'm just telling him about my experience here. He said, thank you and thanks for reporting. Me being me, I believed it. I said, I get these nearly every day. First it was, I accidentally reported your Steam, and then it's, have some free Nitro. So yeah, if you're like new to Discord or not super active, don't trust random messages with links. Just don't. They're hackers. If you get a message from your friend, same thing. They could have gotten hacked. So if it's just a link, don't click on it. Ask them about it, you know. But be careful because sometimes there's a real hacker on the other side that has taken their account, right? That's the whole point, is to take their account, take more accounts, take more accounts, and I don't know how they make money in the end, but I'm sure they do somehow. So yeah, just don't trust any free Nitro, or don't trust any I accidentally reported your Steam account, because it's really easy to get your Steam account. Say like, oh, there he is on Discord, there he is on Steam, like, but it's really hard to accidentally report someone, so I wouldn't worry about that. Alright, so we've got these triggers on here on the script, so maybe it'll work, I don't know. Oh, you know, did I check no falls below on that? I think I did. I'm gonna turn off the player before it starts freaking out. Oh, get out of here, bud. Oh, player, pinball. Alright, so we've got that. Let's move this water, see if it works. Where the fuck is the water? There it is. Alright, raise the water. It's raising, it's raising. It's not doing anything. I know why. Because this is a water object. I need to make my triggers on a water object layer. And now it should work? It might, I mean, it might be broken, but it might work. I have a feeling this bottom thing's gonna look bad if it works. Let's figure out what's going on here. Alright, so these things are still too wide, not wide enough. I don't know how they got that way, but they did. Let's go with 800. So it's doing stuff. Not sure what, but it did something. Moment of truth. What's it gonna do? Oh, it just disappears. That's not what I wanted. Fuck. It's kind of almost working. That too, like what? Alright, so maybe it should be on trigger exit. Get out of here. I think that might help. But also there was something very funky going on with the scripts, like they weren't done right or something. Where is that? Got this guy. Yo, I'm gonna take a little break here, just to use the bathroom. Been streaming for 2.5 hours, so it's time to do that. Yeah. Oh. Just bear with me here. I don't have a second monitor hooked up today, so where's my be right back? There we go. Yeah, I will be right back. Alright, I am back. Let's get back to Unity here. So I changed the category, like, forget their name said. But yeah, it's I guess it's nice that they have a software and game development category, but why not, first of all, why put software first? Second of all, why not have two separate community or channels or whatever, or categories? One for software and one for game development. Or say, I don't know, it just seems weird to put software first. That's weird. Nice. It's a cool mode. I have not played with emotes at all. Like, I remember thinking like, oh yeah, that's something that I could do as an artist. Like maybe I could start selling them or something, you know, do graphic work. And then I got a whiff of the type of people that do that work. And I was like, oh, I don't want to do that. And then I just never got around to making my own. I mean, I'm not saying they're all bad. They're not all bad. It's just like some of the graphic designers, they get really, I don't know, you've probably come across some where they're just like crazy. It's like they're, I don't know what the word is. There's too many of them and not enough work, right? It's oversaturated. Same with audio composers. I'm sure you get that too, where like everyone and their brother is fucking making game music right now. And some of them are really good. Some of them, you know, they need some work, and that's fine. I was like that too when I first started composing. The thing is that I never actually ever went out and said like, I'm a game composer, I'm gonna do music for your game, because that is this crazy thing to do, right? Because it's difficult. If you've never done it before, there's a lot that goes into it. If it's not your game, it's gonna be that much more difficult to do. So that's why I decided making my own games music was going to be my first soiree into game composition. Otherwise, you could end up with music that sounds like what I'm listening to. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, you know, not all music is the same. Some music is better than others. Not all music is created equally. Not all composers are created equally. It takes a long time to get good at audio. Holy cow. Are you doing any of the audio yourself, EasyPerp, for your game? Are you outsourcing that? And of course, there's nothing wrong with outsourcing. Like we were talking about art and stuff, like how much quicker it would be to outsource the audio. It's crazy. Thing is I don't think it would be as good, to be honest. Not saying that I'm the best composer there is, but I am probably the best composer for this game, considering it's my game. And I've been composing longer than I've been making games, so I think it's like it's been trying to work its way out of me this whole time, you know. And like I said, I would have loved to jump in as a game composer right after college, or even before college, right after high school, saying like, I'm a composer, I can make game music. But holy cow, is it difficult? It's not like you think making an album's hard. You know, making an EP is hard, and it is, of course it is. But try making a 45-minute DJ set. That's even harder than an EP, right? And then try making a live album that's cohesive, or not a live album, a live set that's cohesive. That's difficult. Or a recorded album that's cohesive, right? A long play, long play format. Like it's just really, really hard to do. What I started doing was just kind of making whatever I felt like, right? Like, and if I liked it, then I liked it. If I didn't like it, sometimes I would keep working on it, and then I would hate it, and then I'd stop, you know what I mean? Or sometimes I'd make things that were like really wonky. Like I would shoot for wonk. I'd be like, I'm gonna make like a new genre of wonk, like even like push the boundaries of wonkiness. And I did great at I alienated a lot of people with my music. Actually, I could bust it out. I gotta find it though. I think I backed up a lot of it. It might actually be on. Oh wait, here it is. This is a lot of it. It's or like the what is this? 2013. Some of this stuff I can't play because it's not all sample free. But a lot of this stuff is sample free. Yeah, I'm gonna throw out some weirdness. See if I can alienate some people. Nah, I'm just kidding. But I like weird music, you know, I always have. Here, this one was supposed to be for a video game that I was making. It ended up kind of turning into this game. In fact, there's footage on YouTube of me using this song with the game somewhere. What's it called? Destruction of the Heavens. This game was. That's not my game. There it is. These two. I only made 2 videos for it. And they're terrible. Like the videos are. Here, I'm gonna. Way too long of a fade there. Also, like, you can't read the title. Like, it's not interesting. Like, that transition was bad, but it was a transition. The particles, oh my god, they're just like way off. That space station might look familiar. So yeah, you can't really tell what's going on, but basically I'm trying to show off some of the mechanics that I had working, despite a whole bunch of mechanics not working and like everything looking really buggy. Basically, you're entering and exiting the ship. This thing has gravity and gives you health. Yeah, it's pretty bad. The music's not bad, but you know, honestly, I stopped working with this song because I didn't like what I did there with the weird string instruments where they're all like. Alright, so these walls broke away, right? Sometimes it's going through, but other times it's not. This was, what, 2014? So I've come a long ways since then. I'm definitely better at making, like, game footage videos. Like, you can't even tell what's going on here. And then this is like a completely different game. I just kept on adding features to this, and it's terrible. It was a mess. Like, it's funny though, cause like I kind of see myself doing the same things in my, excuse me, in my current project, but it's a lot more organized. Oh my gosh, so much more organized. An EP. Oh, I remember what that was. It wasn't very good. Then that this was the edit. No, there was an edit. That one says it's edit. There was a third edit. A lot of these, they use samples. Like this one, I'm using a woman's voice to do the vocals, but I messed with them so much you can't tell who it is, what they're saying. I think if you showed it to the original artist, they probably wouldn't recognize it. But I still kind of feel bad that I never like noted who it was, because now I have no way of finding out. Alright, that was a nice distraction, but I think I should get back to the waterfall that does not work. Alright, so we've got this script. It doesn't quite work, but it should. We've got this water stuff. For some reason it was like disappearing like way before it should, so let's see what's going on with that. Yeah, so for some reason it's just like right off the bat gets killed by the blocks. I don't know why that is. Does it have a water surface script on it? Because it shouldn't be doing anything unless it has that on it. What if I grabbed you? A light? Alright, there's the objects. Oh, you know, I bet the water is just that big. It's a little weird that it's not doing it right away. And then it does. Huh. What caused it to do that? And only right there and not here. Why would that be? Is there something that I'm not seeing or something? These are the only things that have that water. Oh, it's just gonna keep playing the same few songs here. Oh, give me back. What am I doing here? So I was in this band, Dining Ethics, for a long time, and I have a ton of their stuff, or our stuff. It was just me and one other dude, and that's all. Like, no one's going to sue me for playing, but it's all very weird. Nice and long though. I think there's like errors, like recording errors and stuff. It's, mastering is way off. Sometimes one person is in one ear and the other person's in the other because it was done on one channel, but we wanted to be able to mix it later, so we did mono on separate channels because there's just two people. We did that a lot, actually. For years we did that. So, but yeah, this was Eric Olson playing the keyboards here. I'm not doing much right now, but I think I come in with a drum beat. I think I'm just like deciding what I'm gonna do or something. A lot of times that actually sounds like Eric's drums. I don't know, a lot of times what we would do is we would make stuff live, record it, and then take the samples and remix them and repurpose them. And we would take turns doing that type of production stuff. We both got pretty good at producing that way, actually. Yeah, there's my drums. And I'm just spinning a CD of samples that I put together. Alright, so these bricks are somehow doing it, right? So what if I got rid of the bricks, right? Because this is science. Where's the other brick?
I went down to St. James. I went down to St. James. I went down to St. James.
Yeah, so I also have like a vinyl deck. So sometimes I'll just throw records on there and sample just like words, snips. What is this? Where is this other one? Why can't I just click on it? I just want to find it. It's way up there. These things need to be together. Oh, and of course I'm in play mode, so... Damn it, I didn't mean to do that.
Miraculous ability to determine the direction.
Just finished the simple menu for your game. Cool. I'll have to check it out. Is that you're probably going to post it on Twitter?
We're able to tell in an instant where a particular sound comes from.
You're happy when you complete something even when it's small. Easy times come very slim in coding. I know the feeling, man. And you gotta celebrate the small wins, man, because sometimes that's all you get. You know what I mean? The big ones, they're nice too, but they're hard to come by. Everything is incremental in games, right? You know, everything's iterative. In fact, I'd say that the easier it is for you to break down what you can do and guess how long it takes, the more successful you'll probably be as a dev. That's the way I feel, because I'm always constantly like trying to guess how long it's going to take me to do something. And then basically what I've come, like, since I've gone full time, I've decided that it's a lot easier for me to figure out, you know, because I don't have to worry about if I'm too tired from work or not, if I had to lift molding that day or whatever, you know, like random other people's schedule stuff, you know. Now I just know that I'm going to be good, you know. Of course, this particular thing I thought was going to take much less time because I completely forgot about these bubbles. But I'm real close. It's just not working, right? For some reason, I screwed it up or something. That is weird. Is there a rotation on there? Why is there a rotation on there? That is weird. None of them have rotations, right? Okay, I must have touched it. But yeah, I'm interested in seeing the UI once you've got it presentable and stuff. UI is such a challenge. I was actually just talking about it with someone from the Retro Spaceball server. How because they do what do they say, human machine interfaces sometimes, or they when they were in school they were doing it, and I guess it's like a little bit more difficult, right? Because you're talking to a machine and displaying what a machine is thinking to a human, kind of thing. Like where we're just making things look as juicy and easy as possible. Also, we can use high-level languages. So this one needs to have no falls below. Also, it's backwards. I need to go back to the script here. What is this doing here? It's making the falls not active and making the bubbles active. Whoa, popping up. Had to crack my neck there. What's gonna happen now? It just seems so weird that it would like turn those ones off. Something really weird going on here. It's 3 and 4 that have problems. Oh! I screwed up here. I started putting the one that's yeah, I screwed up. All right. Oh man. Well, it's almost starting to work. But I don't think it's gonna the way that I'm doing it, because it's just there's too many possibilities of it coming in and out of the trigger. Sorry, I'm kind of thinking in my head here. Music's not really helping. It's constantly on the verge of like, I think it's gonna get good. No. Wait. This is the best part. Yeah. I just like scratching. And then I dropped the ball. I have some records that are like skate proof, where like there's concentric lines and it repeats, so even if the needle jumps, it'll still be playing the same part of the same track, right? But then I have other records that are like not like that, and they're super scratched and old and warped, and the needle like jumps all the time. So you have to like kind of like figure out where it jumped to and then put it back there. And so sometimes you'll hear me just like stop playing for a second, and what I'm actually doing is just rewinding the record like 3 or 4 circles. Because that's how many it jumped. Let's get out of here. The Sun is Slippery. Live EP. I don't even know what this is. Oh, this sounds familiar. I remember this giving me a headache. This one's better. I think for a second it goes back into that beat of the last one because it hasn't completely left Olsen's computer or whatever. Yeah, so he ended up working with this woman, Monica Raymond, who is like an actress. She was like the star of Chicago Fire, this show. I guess it's like an NYPD Blue thing, but with the fire department of Chicago? I don't really know. It's drama. Not really my bag. But once this woman, Monica Raymond, collected enough fame as an actress, she decided that she's also a singer. So she wanted to put out a record. And somehow, I don't know how Olsen met her, but somehow Olsen met her and became her band leader and was helping with the production of her music and stuff like that. So when they needed a record to be designed, he was like, oh, I know a designer. So I did they decided that it was going to be a limited run or something like that, and they weren't going to put an actual cover sleeve on it. It was just going to be like flimsy paper and stickers that go on the inner circle. So I did this. I made the font and stuff for the circle, and it actually ended up taking like a couple days to get it to their specifics because they didn't know what they wanted and they kept changing. And I had all these different what do they call them? Comps. I only ended up getting paid $50 by a celebrity. Blows my mind. So 2 days of work, $50. But most of that's my friend's fault because he said he was gonna give me 100, and told her that it was only 50. It's like, so she only gave me 50, and he's like, oh, I'm gonna pay that out of my pocket, and then he never did. So. But I had moved prior to that, so like I think that was part of the equation. Alright, so I need to come up with a new solution. Turning down the music might help too. Actually, I can turn it down. But you probably don't want to hear it either. Just a little bit annoying. Okay, so the water, which has disappeared somehow. Where did the water go? Oh, water's not there until they play. So wait a minute. So they've all got these triggers, and the triggers all got this script, and these triggers are big, these triggers are little, So I need it to only be on the little ones. So what I can do is I'm gonna make a public boolean for I don't know what to call it. Maybe just small trigger, or I'll call it moving trigger. Even though they all move, this one moves a lot. Yeah, I'll call it spring trigger. Spring trigger. I'm gonna cough. Just had to clear my throat there. I muted it. Oh, I'm out of water. I'll be right back. Managed to flip the lumber support. Alright. So we've got our spring trigger. It's a boolean. Excuse me. And so now what I can do oh man. So this kind of sucks, right? Or no, because each of these are a prefab. What I can do is I can just go into each one and make the small one a spring trigger, or just the one. I don't need to go in anymore because this one is now a spring trigger as well. That is not. Excuse me. So now it should. Oh wait, now I need to make it so it only works with that script. So I can go to the water, or yeah, so I'm going to make a conditional. If the water surface script dot spring trigger. So now it's only going to do this stuff. Yeah, I should have done that earlier. Hold on, go back.
And Houston, 2 minutes,
I haven't actually gotten behind the decks in a while and just really laid it out. I really want to render out some of this chiptune stuff I've been making, and just like render out stems and just like remix everything to all hell, because it's cool because I'm doing everything at the same BPM for the most part now, which wasn't always the case, and I'm also labeling what key everything is in now, so that's like a big step from where I was at before, where it was just like I kind of had a feeling of what key it was and I knew what worked together. Now I actually know exactly what keys what, and that's not all just from studying music theory. It's mostly because the tool that I have now, the Ableton Push 2, it actually incorporates scale into its functionality. So when I compose a song, I choose the scale that I'm composing to now, and it keeps it within that scale for the most part. I can deviate from it if I need to, but it without a doubt is playing keys or notes from that key when I'm in that mode. Yeah, so it's really easy to then label the track, you know, with the key and the BPM. So all of a sudden I can just go through the dial on the CDJs and know what's gonna work together just by looking. Alright, so this should help a little. I don't think it's gonna fix it, but it's gonna help a little. And I made it so it's on trigger exit. So the problem is that if you shoot the water, it's gonna make an effect on it. So what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to make like another Boolean, right? That that tells it when it's been shot at, and that's why it's moving, right? So if it's moving because I'm moving it, then it won't have that Boolean, and if it's got shot, then it's gonna have that Boolean for like a second, so until it calms down. Or something like that. I might have to think of something else. I don't know. But let's give this a shot. Okay, so it seems to be working, which is not what I expected. So I'm going to turn off the player and the pinball. And I'm just gonna raise the water here to see what happens. Not the right thing. That ain't right either. Something happened. Oh, that looks right. That looks right. That looks right. So things are broken at the bottom, but they seem to be working at the top. Be way cooler if it was smooth, but I don't know. I can't think of a way to do that. Also, right now it's only one way. If I were to make it go down, then it's not gonna go the other way. So that will be an issue in the future. But that's one of those things that's like, it's incremental, you know, you gotta build up to that point. But I like that it worked. I mean, to a degree it worked. The bottom's still messed up, so, but the top worked. So that's something, right? So if not, no falls below. If not, no falls below. I want to make the everything. Oh. False. That's what I want. Oh, but I need an else. Whenever I make an else, I like to put a comment on it, just in case the script blows up and I can't read it later and I have to like move around. So I'll just say, there is no fault below. Right? And I'll break the confusion of the double negative Boolean there as well, because who needs that, right? In fact, I might as well clarify here. Alright, so this should work better than it did before. So it might not be perfect still. But I think we're off to a good start. It might even be good enough to call it a day. Yeah, well, we still got the issue of the collider moving, so that's not a good thing. I'm gonna try it without the player, and we'll see how that goes. It's so weird that there's like that confusion at the beginning and then it like works itself out. Also, it'd be cooler if it was happening like faster, right? Like the end is perfect, I think. Well, not perfect, but end is better. It does that weird thing at the beginning. So first of all, this is the bubbles. And this is the balls. And there's the confusion there. Okay, so we've got balls. Oh. Oh. Okay, let's see what happens now. Although I'm getting hungry, so I'll probably end up not finishing. Why? How did I make this so hard to find? Oh, there it is. I'm starting to come up with a better idea. So, what if the bubbles attach themselves to the water? And then, as the waterfall hits the bubbles, it disappears. I think that's a better way. Okay, so the waterfall bubbles. The waterfall bubbles are going to attach themselves to a parent. We'll call it water parent Geo. Okay, so we're gonna make some changes here. Instead of no falls below, we're going to have bubbles. It's going to mean the same thing. But here we're going to do something else. We're going to actually look for another script. Public waterfall bubbles. I hate when I spell public wrong. Okay. And that's going to be called waterfall bubbles SCR. And what it's going to do is say if it doesn't have bubbles on it. No. What am I doing here? If bubbles, it's gonna do this stuff, and I'll change it later because I know it's ugly. But else, we're going to have it search for a different script here. It's gonna be the bubbles. Yes. Alright, so that's what I want for things that aren't bubbles. I'm doing something different here with the bubbles geo. Oh wait, yeah, I do want transform. Instead, I'm gonna use it to stick it onto the water parent game object. Doesn't seem to want to do that. What am I doing wrong here? Set parent, okay. I don't know what that means. Hold on, where is the API? Set parent transform Boolean world position. So what does that look like? Oh, well that's easy. I was like almost there. Whoops. Does that not work? Oh, it needs to be transformed. Alright, so I made a transform called water parent game object, and that's where it's going to set the parent to. Well, honestly, I could do that just in the editor now that I think about it. But this works. Well, it will have like a... No, it won't. Alright, what am I doing wrong here? So we've got the spring trigger parent, and then if it comes in contact, we want it to turn itself off. That actually is all. I think that's everything. Need to go to the fingerdoodles and make sure everything's reset here. Alright, so things we don't need. I should get rid of things we don't need. Things we do need. The bubbles below sprite, we don't need that. Bubbles game object, we do need. Balls, we do need. Okay. Yeah. Alright, so I'm going to go to each one first, or all of them, and assign the bubbles to that one. No, that's not right. To that one. This one's supposed to be empty. Yeah, alright, so we've got the bubbles there. Now I need to go to each individual one. And I guess this one needs it too. Give them a falls. Oh, and they all need a water parent too. Alright, so they've got the water parent, but I need to give them each... They need to make themselves go away. So I can actually... Wait, no, this last one doesn't go away. It needs to turn into bubbles. Ah, man. We'll call it, angle. Angle. Alright, so if it's an angle, it's gonna do something different here. That's right, so if it's an angle, it's going to turn itself into the other bubbles. So it will actually need a bubble object. We'll call it angle bubbles. Alright, so angle bubbles needs to go on. And the falls game object needs to go off. Also, it needs to turn off the bubbles. Oops. Alright, so I need to set up the script still, but this should work. That sample. That's a speak and spell that's being circuit bent. Circuit bending is when you like take probes and like electrify different parts of old toys, like electronic toys with speakers and stuff. You basically glitch them out by like overloading them and stuff. But I had a sample of it and I put it on a CD to spin. Alright, so this guy is an angle, and this guy is a bubble. Angle needs angle bubbles. In fact, everyone needs angle bubbles. Who doesn't need angle bubbles? So we're just gonna put angle bubbles. No, that was wrong. Angle bubbles. Bubbles. Why is bubbles there? Bubbles game object should be this guy. Alright, so each one needs their own falls. And mostly they have it, but I want to make sure. Oh, almost screwed up there. Why don't you have angle bubbles? That's weird. Alright, so I'm gonna see what happens now. I think I set everything up, but I probably missed something. Oh, is the pinball still alive? Well, not anymore. Where is the water? The water. It's because it's putting on the water layer. So what I can do is I can take the water layer, and the water and the objects are already interacting. Water, water. Huh. Nothing like a collision matrix. I feel like I missed something. If it's not bubbles, is bubbles. Alright, so if it's not bubbles, this isn't even supposed to go here. No, isn't bubbles. It's not bubbles. I was all confused. Alright, so if it's bubbles, it's going to set the parent. That's what we want it to do. If it's not bubbles, then we're gonna find the bubble script, and if it's got a bubble script, if it's not an angle, we're going to make it disappear, which is what it's supposed to be doing. If it's not null, that means it's got waterfall bubble script. It's not an angle. Alright, so it's going to make the false object false, and it's going to make the bubbles object true, but it's the angle bubbles true, but also make the regular bubbles false. That should be good. That should be what we want. What it's not doing is finding the script. Is there something wrong? Oh, it's playing the same song again. Let's find some more music. Oh, this was a good one. I was in this band called Humanzy. And we would just do like this punk metal type thing. This one's from 2014. It's probably one of the last ones we did then. Oh, I remember this. Yeah, this was like the actual song we made. Of course, it was recorded with like a condenser mic in a room, so... And I'm just yelling. I don't even have a microphone. But it was also like a rough... We never actually produced the song. We never played it live. I was like, hey man, I got a song. Try to play along. We'll record it. I like it. Kind of, I was focusing more on the bass than the lyrics. Why isn't it working? Alright, I'm gonna watch it this time. Watch it not work. See, it found the surface right off the bat, so that's cool. What does it do when it finds itself? Because that could be an issue. It just sets itself to the thing, so that's fine. But so this is here. Its layer did not change. Yeah, I like the first line bass line better. So this thing here, it should find the bubbles as soon as I hit start. But it's not finding it. Yeah, you can hear my voice just getting hoarse. It's starting to sound like a little kid yelling. Yeah, but it's supposed to be finding the script, and for some reason it's not, so that's a little weird. It's not bubbles. Check to see if it's got a bubble script. If it does, check to see if it's an angle. If it is, turn it off. If it's not, oh, If it's not an angle, turn it off. If it is an angle, turn the bubbles on. But it's not getting that far. It's not even getting to here. I know what's happening. These colliders are too close to each other. I think they've already entered each other because they're like right on top of each other. Now there's a little gap. See it. We'll see if that fixes it. Oh, I gotta change this. And this is Frank singing. Hey, oh. It's close though. What's going on here? Still not finding the damn script. Aha, it's because it doesn't have a damn rigid body on it. But that's gonna wait, but it should. If it's parented to that shit. Oh no, it wouldn't then, would it? It's gonna need its own. Well, at least I figured it out. Alright, so a kinematic. I think kinematic should work, right? Ah. It's working too well. Alright, we're gonna go back to the exit. Going back to the exit, that sounds funny. There was a club, bar type place I used to go to called the Exit in Chicago. I don't know if I'd like to go back there. It was fun when I was young. I only went a few times. It was like a punk club. Well, like the bottom floor was punk, but the top floor was like gothic, S&M. There was like bondage and stuff. Like someone was getting like paddled with an electric paddle. Like it was shocking them as they were getting paddled. It was like I didn't know what I was in for when I walked up there. But that's where the bathrooms were. But the bottom just looked like a normal bar with like punk stickers everywhere and like a bunch of punk people all over the place, and everything was very punk. Everything is hard to move around. I guess it depended on what day you went though. see how this looks. Oh snap, this is perfect. Oh no, it's not. It's not working at all now. Oh, it is, but not very well. Why is it taking so long to go away? Oh. So if it does it when it touches, it's too early. If it does it when it exits, it's too late. So what, if it did it in the middle, then it would be fine? Why does that logic sound when it doesn't seem like it would be? Because if that's the case, I could just easily make the quaders half the size. We're gonna try it. I'm gonna take all of them but the last one. And we're going to make them small. Half of 54, that's what? 2.5... 2... Man, I'm so bad at math. 25... plus 1 is 26. Thankfully, this has a code with it. 27. I was close. So we'll try this. It still seems to make like absolutely no difference. Oh, because it's waiting for the exit. So let's go with the enter this time. Kind of miss jamming with Frank. We got really good at like reading each other. We were always screwing around and we were always drinking, but we got really good at like knowing when the other person was going to slow down or speed up, because that's what we did. We would do like tempo changes all the time. Sometimes I wish that, you know, Frank was a little bit better at not doing tempo changes. I don't understand why it's doing it the way that it's doing it. But you know, I'm a DJ, so everything was like quick tracks and stuff for me. So I mean, obviously I can play to off tempos. It's just that my brain doesn't work that way. In fact, I can kind of cap a BPM, which I don't think a lot of people can do. Of course, it would be off by a few degrees or whatever, but be close. All right, so when it collides, maybe. Just maybe, this one needs to be small too. I don't know, maybe. Let's give that a shot. Alright, so I think what I'm gonna do I think I'm gonna move them. right? I'm gonna make them super small, like 1. And then I'm going to make them like all the way against the edge. So that way when it gets to there, that's when it'll disappear. I'm fucking this up, aren't I? Yeah, we just do improv like all the time. Like he was like, yeah, I don't know, just bust it out. And then I just play a bass line, he'd start playing the drums. We did that like all the time. But like I said, we were usually pretty drunk. And you know how that is. Okay, so this should work. And then I can eat dinner. I owe myself that. If it works. Moment of truth, here we do it. Oh, it seems to be working. Oh, and then it almost works. I think I missed one is what happened, because now it seems to be acting weird. Who's this? I think it needs to be a little further down. Also, I need to fix what was up with that other one. Alright, so I'm going to change this guy too. He's also going to be only 1 tall. And I'm going to change it to be like way up there. There's the issue. But also they all need to be down a little bit. Think. I don't know. I'm gonna check it out. Cause all of a sudden I'm second guessing myself. I think I'm too hungry. Okay, that first one sucks. Okay, so it's at least it's consistent, but it's happening not where I want it. So I'm going to go in to each of these. Oops. Gosh, and I'm just gonna change this. Oh, I don't need this one. I'm gonna make this lower. We'll see what what happens now. It's so close it almost works. But then there's this gap. Where's that gap coming from? It's because it's happening too early. There's a way to save selections in Unity, and I really need to do that. I think it's coming from this bottom guy, right? Because it's not actually at the top of itself. It's like at the waterfall, and that's the exact size of what we're missing. So I feel like this is like a really convoluted way of doing things. Like it seemed simple at first, and then it got weird, and then it started to look like there was a light at the end of the tunnel, and now it's looking like I'm just really, really hungry. Work, damn you! It's even worse than where it was. Alright, well maybe that's something to go off of then. If it's worse than where it was, I could do it up, I could bring it down, back the other way, and maybe that will help it. I don't know. Alright, where's the water? Astronaut, stop moving. What? What happened now? I'm sorry. It just didn't work. Oh, it's because it was below the water. Oops, wrong one. Fast train. Huh. Okay. So in order to touch the, it should just be parented from the start, right? So I'll name it Bubbles. Yeah, kind of works. I know this is a overkill, but what if I made the alpha fade once it enters? Oh, that would look way better. Moment of truth. What the fuck is that shit? That's why you never say moment of truth. Shit like this is bound to happen. Alright, so the water angle bubbles. That is wrong. That is wrong. Also, do the bubbles even have the right graphics? Oh yeah, they do. So other than that, it worked. I wish it didn't stick out as far down. But if it doesn't, then it cuts it off. Yeah, so I want to make the alpha fade. So we'll make a... I guess it shouldn't be public, it should be private. Private float, we'll call it cur alpha. So it starts with a 1. We'll make a private boolean called fading. If it's fading, then we're going to turn alpha minus equals fade rate. You hear Frank drop a stick there? Oh, I love it. Oh, and this says be public or a serialized field. I'm gonna start doing that. Like, oh, I keep fucking think private fade rate. How did that not work? Oh, I gotta tell it the way it is. My brain is just not working here, I'm telling you. Alright, so we've got our fade rate, we've got our thing, and then we need to make a sprite renderer. We'll call it falls sprite. Here we'll say falls sprite dot color dot a equals current alpha. What did I do wrong? Sprite renderer, color. Oh, it's gotta be capitalized. Right. What is wrong here? What am I doing wrong? Render material. No, that doesn't seem right. Maybe it is. Oh, look at that. Okay, what's wrong with that? Cannot modify return my color material because it's not a variable. Equals New color? Um, I think that's white, right? Fading. That's wrong. What happened there? 0. Yeah, I don't need a copy. I don't need a paste. I'm like, what am I supposed to put here? I'm supposed to put that there. Alright, so now the alpha should fade. And if it gets to 0, it's going to turn it off. Hopefully. But we need to set up the renderers. The renderer. Renderer. Yeah. So each one now has a false sprites. But the only ones who really need it are these ones. But yeah, I'm gonna give it to all of them. Oh, and the fade rate. We'll go with 3. Fade, fade, fade. Oh, it didn't fade. It disappeared. Hold on. What is your alpha? Oh, it's private. What is your alpha? You're 100% visible. One hundred. Huh. One. So I was not close. One. Also, so I need to change the fall rate to be like 0.03. Oh shit, I'm still in 0.1. 0.03. And now I think it'll work. Work, 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 work. Come on, stop doing that. Work, 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 work. Start to fade. Oh, it's fading. It faded. It is working. That's great, but I can fix the size of these things now. Or at least these ones. Alright, now I gotta watch it go all the way to the top. Oh, it's doing that stupid thing again. That's so weird that it's doing that. Oh, it's fading. It's fading too quickly though. Sorry if my head keeps going underneath the camera. I'm trying to keep my posture straight. And that's a pretty bad excuse, but there it is. That's my excuse. Fade slowly. It's too slow. Alright, so in-between point. Yeah, they were at negative center. So that might help. Also, that was too slow, so maybe like, what, 6? It's like twice as fast. Stop. Okay, that's perfect. Or as perfect as it's gonna get. Moment of truth. Probably make it fade just a little faster. I don't know. What's it gonna do? What's it gonna do? Ah, it worked! I kinda wanna just make a video of this, but I know it's not cool. No one wants to see that. They want to see the whole thing completed. I don't even want to make the switches. I just want to eat. Yeah, so I think I'm gonna eat. I don't think I'm gonna come back. Maybe? I need to finish this. You know what? I'm going to take a break and just like scarf something like real quick, and then I'll like have a real meal after. So I'm gonna take another break, and then I'm gonna come back, and finish this and make a little video for Twitter or whatever. Yeah, but I will be back. I am back. Sorry, I was still chewing there for a second. But yeah, I would like to finish this, make a video, and then probably not test it because I've been doing this for like, what? Almost 5 hours now. So I'll just have to do the testing tomorrow. Bye. There we are. Okay. I don't want to obscure the obstacle, right? So I've still got like oats in my mouth. I've been making a lot of pancakes lately. I started adding oats to them. But then I started adding cornmeal to them, or like grits, you know? And so now it's like flour, cornmeal, rolled oats, steel cut oats, and like whatever else I got lying around. Today I didn't really have anything. I need to go to the grocery store. So it was basically like a cornbread with oats in it, but made like a pancake, right? So there's no yeast or anything like that. It's just the baking powder as a leavener. Alright, so I need the switches to be like in here. I think they'll be like the most obvious spot. And I might as well just use switches that I've used before in the game. You know, I don't have a prefab or anything made because each switch has to be like custom, but I do have the sprites. So yeah, I'm just like before, I'm just gonna add a 2D object, sprite, square, and it just kind of throws it at the bottom, somewhere in the middle. Way too small. Make it bigger. And it looks way too big, but then I give it the sprite, and then it goes to the size. Now what sprite am I giving it? Ah, the button. No, not a button. Switch. That's what it's called. Red switch. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, and he's already got an animator, so that makes it easy. Just gotta find that. I might be better off just making a new one. If there's one thing I have a lot of, it's animations. And I started to organize them. They're just not very organized for being organized, right? I guess it's hard to decide how to organize things like this. I would think that would be in the level animations. But I'm just not seeing it. I don't know, you know, it might be in this folder. Back in the day, I used to put all the animation controllers in one folder. And I realized that's a terrible idea, but I never fixed it. I don't know, this is so hard to find. Switch. square switch block. Switch NM CTR. This has gotta be it. I'm gonna go all the way down the bottom and put it on my square. Alright, yeah, and there it is. That's the one. I'm deciding whether I should put it how it is or maybe do it sideways, but I kind of like it like that. It's so obvious, right? And then we've got switch it. Bam. One frame. Easy. Okay, it's not looped. Good. Alright, so the switch is going to need a trigger. Alright, the switch has a trigger. Trigger's gonna need a script. I'm just deciding what the best way to do this is. One of them's gonna have to be like smarter than the other, right? So yeah, I'll just delegate one as like a brain. Alright, so I need to make that script on. Scripts, we got scripts, got lots of scripts. We've got level mech scripts. Probably do that. Alright, I'm making a new script because I don't feel like dealing with the old script and breaking other parts of the game. So I'm just gonna call it switch water. Switch water. Switch water, indeed. Alright, so we got switch water, empty script. We're going to be some switching. Alright, so we're gonna label them. Public bool switch one? No, we won't call it switch because that's confusing. We'll call it interface. No, we can't use interface either. What can we use? I mean, I guess we could use it, but it's not wise to. We'll just call it button. Which, you know, we shouldn't be using that one either. What are you gonna call it? Target? Target 1. Alright, so one of them's gonna be the brain. And that's gonna be target 1. On trigger enter. If other dot tag is pinball. Oh, that's good. Was pinball switch hitter. I've already delegated a tag for switch hitting. Yes. And then we're gonna say if it's target 1, we're gonna make some other ones here. We're gonna say public bool target 1. Oh, that's not good. Targ 1 destroyed. Public bool targ 2 destroyed. They're not really getting destroyed. It's a dramatic way of putting it, right? They're just getting broken. They're activated even. All right, so if it's target 1, we want the brain script. Target 1 destroyed to be true. And we want also, if it's target 2, then we want target 2 to be destroyed. That's pretty easy. But then we're gonna check here and see if they're both destroyed. And yeah, so if brain script target 1 destroyed and brain script target 2 destroyed, then it will we gotta talk to the water script, so we're gonna public, the fuck was it called? Water level, gotta make a name for it. Water level script. Alright, so water level script is gonna go here, and it's going to be, what the fuck did I call it? Raise water equals true. Alright, but we need a stop water point too. So I'm gonna make a script for that also. You know, I don't actually need to do that. Let me stop myself here. Go away. I don't need that. I have that amazing water script that I just keep adding stuff to. Alright. I can't listen to the same song over and over. Where's the rest of my jams? Says it's mastered. Probably not very well. I don't know who's playing what here. Sounds like I'm playing bass. Or maybe I'm playing guitar. Or no, maybe I'm playing drums. I don't know. I don't know. No, Frank's probably playing drums. Alright, so water collider. It's gonna get a new variable. A pool. It's gonna be called stop points. Yeah. So if it's got a water collider, we're gonna stop raising the water. So we need to talk to the water level script. Okay, and it's going to take that, and it's going to say raise water. Oh, raise water equals false. And that should stop the water. Oh, you're rating. Thanks for rating in the lyric. I appreciate it, man. Totally. I don't know how long ago that was. I was pretty into the game dev there. But yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Oh, 5 minutes. I see it now. A whole 5 minutes went by. I didn't even realize it, but sorry. Alright, so we've got this trigger, and we've got the switch. We need another one. But first it needs to have the switch water script on it. Alright, so this one's gonna be target 1. It's gonna have the brain. Water level. Target 1. Alright, so that one's target 1, so this one's target 2. This one needs to have the brain, and the water line's fine. Alright, so I need another collider. So I'm just gonna make a cube again, since this is a 3D collision thing. Granted, it's 2D, but it's in 3 dimensions. There's reasons why you would and wouldn't do what I'm doing, but I started a while ago. I'd probably still do it the same. I don't know honestly. There's no super big benefit that I can think of to using tile maps, and that's the other than having tile map colliders, right? And I don't really need that. Everything I do is mostly square, or can be what's the word? Composited out of squares, kind of. You know what I mean? Alright. So I need to make this cube way bigger. Alright, so the water needs to stop after a certain point. We'll say there. Now we need to make sure it's a trigger. It's gonna have the handy dandy water script on it. The water collider. Get it to frickin' attach itself. Okay, so this has a lot of stuff to it. Alright, so we need to set up the pinball, that's easy. Water level script. Water level script. Who's that referring to? Oh. The water level. Duh. You can tell I'm getting loopy here. Alright, so the plank doesn't actually need to be there. We'll give it to it anyways, just so it knows. Plank, water, collider. Capsule collider. I don't know why it's looking for a capsule collider, but it's not gonna get one. Oh, it'll find one in the future, that's right. Because these are made out of capsule colliders. Okay. Back to that cube. I'm gonna call this water stop point. So we need to make sure it knows that that's what it is. It's a stop point. It really doesn't need anything else, I don't think. Water collider, capsule collider. Okay, well, that's just to turn off colliders and stuff. I don't know what to do with that. This might work, maybe. The fuck is that shit? That ain't right. This is a trigger. I think it's because I gave it that thing. What the fuck? That's a little weird. What the fuck? What has happened? Does it have to do with this? Somehow this did it? Because that's really weird. No, it's not that. What is going on? It's like it's rotating. Oh snap, it got put inside of that. That ain't right. Alright, that was freaky. Let's see if the demo mode can do it on its own. Go demo, go! Gotta break through the water. I might need to play with the tension. Oh no, he seems to get through. Fine. Oh, they don't break. But the water works. Ha ha ha. I just gotta get through there, buddy. You can do it. I know you can. I've seen you do it before. Just gotta keep trying. Just gotta be persistent, buddy. Hang in there. You almost had it. Okay. Hey, there it is. Just when I lost hope. We're gonna see if the water stops when it's supposed to now. Or are we? Oh, the water stop point's turned off. Well, that needs to be on. Alright, but we also need to make the switch work. So we'll go to the public animator. Public animator. We'll call it switch anim control. What is it called? Switch hit? I'm like, what am I doing? Where am I? Losing my mind. So that needs to be like that. Oh, these are gonna destroy themselves. That's what they need to do. Oh, I need to find out what it's called. That's where it's called switch hit. Yeah. Alright, switch animator controller. That's easy enough. Switch animator controller. Now this should actually work. Wait, did I? Yes, I turned on the water spot. Stop. Water spot. Stop. Stop the water spots. Go demo, go. Ha. Wonder if I can make the water go fast. I lost the water. There it is. Well, now I want to see if it stops. Come on, demo. Yay. And it looks like the water stopped. Of course, the spikes don't hurt the ball yet. Or no, maybe they do. I don't know. I think they might. I'm gonna find out. I think I broke it. Oh yeah, it hurts them all. Nice. Alright, so everything's working. Everything's good. Just need to make another waterfall. Alright. No, this shouldn't be so bad. I'm gonna flip all of these. I know I'm not even using those other ones, but... How did that not work? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong one.
You know, like beat monkey style. Like the double bass, fucking, you know, we can't match that and shit. I mean, we can, and we did, but when I was saying pump it up, I meant just like not to 11, but to like 8, you know. Okay. To just you know what I mean, just like almost like the surf rock, fucking do bat. While you're going 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3. You know what I mean? Or go ahead. Give me a fucking give me like a 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 where you're counting.
Yeah. Close. Gotta get them bubbles up in front. Alright, this guy sucks. I'm not waiting for this shit. Like, it's pretty cool to not have to manually test everything, but sometimes you gotta hard code the demo to actually do alright. And I have not done that. Alright. I'm like to the point where I can make a video and fall asleep while I'm at it. Yeah, what happened there? Well, it was working at one point, and then I broke it. Oh, these need to be flopped. And I accidentally flopped the other one. Or did I flip it? I think I flopped it. Where the water falls. No, I didn't. Oh. What did I do wrong? Huh. I was so close.
It's kind of like, it's kind of supposed to be where it's like, you know, bound out. It's like,
Oh, that's right, I'm playing.
you know, like a little more upset.
Come on, get up there. It's so broken. That one just keeps going. It doesn't even know what it's supposed to do. And then this one. I don't know why it didn't switch. Wait a second. I didn't copy it. Right? No, I didn't. Oh, I know what happens. This guy needs to know where the bubbles are. There we go. That should fix it. I think. I don't know. To be honest, I think. Man, I hope they're done playing this song. You don't actually need the water. Actually, you do, because I made it that way. Go up there. Go up there. Come on. Go in there. Maybe I should make this level easier. I mean, the demo mode couldn't do it. I can't seem to do it. There it is, finally, holy cow. And everything seems to be working, so that's good. I didn't watch it happen, of course, but... The water hasn't stopped yet, but I'm sure it's going to. I think. I hope. When does the water stop? It's completely past the water stop point. Maybe it's not wide enough. Hit the switch! Go! Do that thing! I should just cheat. There it is, finally, holy cow. Now I gotta knock it in there again. Nice. Everything seems to be working. I can finally make a video. And then after I edit it and make a tweet, I don't know, eat some more food, maybe play a video game, maybe go to bed, I don't know. Been doing this all day. No, I got a late start, I really did. Woke up at like 10, but then I watched someone had streamed my game, so, or YouTubed a video of them playing my game, so I checked that out. Talked to them, took some great notes and stuff. And then I started to think about what I need to do, but Discord and people start talking to you, and nothing wrong with that. Then I had to set up the stream, so that took like 2 hours in itself, just because I had like just taken down and put all the pieces in random spots for some reason. I don't know why. Alright, go to recorder. We're going to make a movie. Oh, I should give it a better name, but whatever. I'll find it. You know what? I don't like that. I want to make the water less viscous. Dating it when it's already dated. Oh gosh. Yeah, that'll be fine. Actually, I wanted the water to go up faster too, didn't I? So I'm gonna change that to a 20. Make it go twice as fast. There was something else. The water. This one, there's a spring joint. There it is. Okay. So, oh man, I don't remember that. I think this is the back side and this is the front side. Oh, it's confusing. Alright, so but what I want is this thing here, and I want to change the. Is it this stuff? Yeah. Turn off glider time. Turn on glider time. I'm gonna make this longer. Like 0.3? Let's try that. That way you might be able to shoot through, kind of like in 1 or 2, maybe? I don't know. Like, it's gotta feel the water, but it's gotta break through easy also. I don't know if there's a good way to do it, to be honest. That did not help at all. It's like it made it harder. It went through that time. That's kind of funny. Alright, so some things need to change here. Turn on glider time. Let's make that like a full second. And turn off glider time. That's gonna be 0. Because I think what's happening is that it's turning off the collider with the delay, so that way it holds that tension. I don't know. It's kind of hackish. Can't seem to get it to break through. There we go. Seems to be fading way slow. We'll go twice as fast. Alright, still too fast. Or still too slow. So we'll go twice as fast. Frank screaming. Like I said, we never played any shows. We just had a lot of fun. That seems to be working better, but still a little slow. I'm getting better at the level. That looks pretty good as far as the fade goes. Oh, it's above the thing. That's not good. I didn't notice that before. It's still on top of it. Alright, so it's moving too fast now. I'm gonna bring this down. Back to 24. And hopefully I don't have to do anything else with it because I want to select all that stuff again. And then we're going to find the water. It's all this blue stuff here. Bring that down to 15. Let's see how this goes. Oh, it's the same song again. Oh. Hold it. Not trying to hear that.
I didn't write that shit.
Alright, that one worked. It hasn't pushed itself through the damn wood, so that's good. Alright, I think it's time. You can actually film. Oh, the level's not done. Great. Somehow, I've broken the level. That's so weird. Why is it broken? Well, that's for another day. I think. Yeah, I can't dig into that. I'm just gonna make a note or something. Otherwise, I'll forget. Forget that doesn't work. I'll be like, oh, this works. Alright. So I shotted it. Now I need to make the movie. It takes a second to load. Yeah, so Resolve is pretty good video software. I like it. You know, I used to use like After Effects and Premiere and stuff like that back in the day. That's what I learned in college. And this is quite different, but I like it. Yeah, so I'm gonna grab my video, which is in my Unity Recorder videos, water level. Let's copy this last one, right? What day is today? 18. This is it then. Here, this is it. This is it. No, that's too short. Is this it? This can't be it. It's too short. Cool. Where is the one that I want though? I think this is it. Yeah. Alright, that's it. That's the one. We're going to put it in here. Hit change. I'm going to find my audio. I've been using the same audio for the water levels, so just gonna use that one again. Where did I put it? I have an audio folder, RSB. Think it's one of these. This one. All right. This is actually playing through my speakers, so if you can't hear it, that's why. General options. I don't know where it is. Master settings? Where's the audio settings? Preferences. Alright. There, now you can hear it. All of that just to hear this. Works for me. Alright, just fade the audio out, and that should be good. What is that? I don't know what that button does, but I accidentally hit it. Someone messaged something on Discord. Let me see what that is. Ah. Well, I'll make a GIF while I'm at it then, too. Or something. How big is that? Pretty big. Alright. I don't think I'll be able to make this small enough, to be honest, to put on Discord. Man, these take so long to make. Yeah, and of course, I can just do it without the water. Because that's what happens when you spend a lot of time on something. I guess I'll just have to make it heavier and then change the buoyancy. Oh, you're supposed to hit the switch. Yeah, this is taking too long. It's not working. Screw that. Done. Looks good to me. I don't know what the fuck am I right. It's been so long working on this. I don't know what I'm right. Water. 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 Okay. Saturday. That's not the day that I want. Tuesday, October 19th, 5:30 a.m. If I don't read it out loud, sometimes I post it in the PM. Or on the wrong day. But this looks good. Tweet is scheduled. I didn't put a link. Probably should have put a link on there. It's all good. Probably only gonna get so many likes anyways. What you gonna do? Alright. Well, I've finished all of my work for the evening. I got a lot done. Everything seems to be working, so that's great. Not exactly super on schedule for testing the new build, but it's really not all that behind. It will need some coding and some patching. So we'll just have to see. It should be on schedule. I'm really not too worried about it. Just say it's that. Oh, all right, but it was a fun stream. Thanks everyone for joining. Thanks everyone for lurking. Thanks Easy Perp for the raid. I am going to call it a night, and well, who knows when I'll be on next, right? Could be soon, might not. Who knows? But thanks everyone again. All right, have a great night. I'm out.